mentioned that this is moving very quickly. It's right now along 305. It is just about to head down toward the Youngstown Airport, so just north of Vienna. This is going to slide right over Ohio 93, and this thing is cooking, friends. It's moving 50 to 60 miles per hour, and then you add some of these thunderstorm wind gusts on that. If you get the straight line winds, you're probably going to be looking at 60 plus miles per hour. But the general swirl here, the general tornado threat is right over Fowler. Notice how quickly we moved from Cortland to Fowler. So this tornado threat is in Fowler and straight down 193 just to the south of 305. If you're in Hartford and Yankee Lake along the Ohio 7 highway there, the state route, make sure that you are getting in your safety spots right now. And then, of course, as we head down toward the Brookfield area too. So it's going to slide right from Fowler down through Yankee Lake and into Brookfield, and as mentioned, it is going to be moving very quickly. Super high-res mapping we have here. You can see the runways of the Youngstown Airport, and Vienna sits right there, so we are just north of the airport proper in Fowler. It's a wide kind of rotation that we are looking at right now. I'm not seeing anything in particular that is point to point, but remember, we are looking higher up in the atmosphere. We're pretty far from the radar at this point, and so we're looking probably a couple thousand feet up in the atmosphere, and we are definitely seeing that rotation. And of course, it's got to be able to connect. That rotation continues right now. Youngstown Airport's about to get hit with some very high winds, so we probably will be able to get a wind gust report from there. But then Fowler proper is right in the kind of this rotation zone, if you will, this broader rotation. And then we're going to take it down into the Yankee Lake area. So if you are in Yankee Lake right now, please get into your safety spots. Brookfield, you need to be in your safety spots as well. And of course, it's going to continue to move right over towards Sharon, PA. If anybody knows where Sharon, PA is, used to be great shopping there. I don't know if they still have that shopping, but we're going to continue to watch that whole spin slide in that general direction. So if you know people who are in Yankee Lake or over towards Sharon Township in Pennsylvania, make sure you give them the heads up that this is going to be coming their way. Again, I can't stress enough, this is moving very fast. Highway speeds, this thing is racking it down toward the Pittsburgh area. So if you think, oh, I got a minute to get in my spot, don't wait. Get into that safety spot. Where's your best safety spot? Basements are best. If you don't have a basement, get into the interior most room of your home without any windows. That might be a bathroom. It could be a closet. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are in a mobile home, same thing. If you can get out of that mobile home, not if you're in Fowler, not if you're in Yankee Lake, it's too late. But if you have the potential to get to a brick and mortar building nearby, maybe run to a neighbor's house, you stand a much better chance to have a safe go of this. Likewise, if you're down in the Brookfield area, this whole Ohio 7 route from Hartford down through Brookfield, that's really where this is going to kind of cruise right through on its way down into Sharon Township. So we are in Trumbull County at this point. I'm going to back it out just a little bit so you can see Cortland, you are now severe clear. So Cortland was the initial tornado warning issuance location. You are now severe clear. We are north of Vienna. Vienna, you may end up getting some very heavy high winds out of this. It's just about to go across the airport as it continues to move to the southeast. And you can definitely pick out the rotation here, right? So we've got that green and the red. Green means it's an outbound wind. Red means it is incoming. And so you can kind of pick up how that rotation is going. And that rotation does continue as this moves off to the southeast. We're going to zoom in again real quick just to kind of show you, and then I'm going to zoom out really far so we can see what some of the other locations are doing. So our spin is pretty broad at this point, a couple thousand feet up in the atmosphere, but we may have that rotation that's connecting with the ground. And that is headed right over the Yankee Lake area, so south of Hartford to Yankee Lake. Brookfield, you are very much in line for this same kind of a system. You're going to have these high-speed winds coming through. The actual rotation zone, which is very broad, so we're not going to to go real specific on this because we just don't have that ability right now to get pinpoint accuracy on the lower levels of the atmosphere. But this broad rotation continues for Hartford into Yankee Lake, and it will be moving over toward the Sharon, Pennsylvania area that's off to just the east of Brookfield. So something to keep in mind there. Let me get you updated on where we are elsewhere around northern Ohio. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning to talk about. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that. And here we go. It's going to give me an update here very quickly. It should take me into, there we go. So Summit County into the Akron area. This is a line of very heavy rain that is moving in, and we're probably getting some high winds out of this too. And this storm will continue the same type of a movement as the other storm off to the southeast, moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. There is a wind core in this one, so there you see it. And we're starting to see just little bubbles here, so we're keeping a very close eye. Remember, we are under a tornado watch through 11 p.m. as of right now. A tornado watch is a little bit different than a severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado watch means that we have the presence of some shear, and that shear can creep into these thunderstorms very quickly, and things can start to spin up very quickly as well, and we may see that happening here. So Akron, Cuyahoga Falls, Bath Township, Montrose, up into the Richfield and Peninsula areas, over towards Stowe, Kent, big heads up for you in Kent. In Portage County, you're going to have these high-speed winds coming in, as well as the very heavy rain. We might have some hail that's going to be reported out of this too. So far, nothing showing up on our hail tracker as of right now. The bigger hail threat continues to be out on the north end of that tornado warning in Trumbull County. Farther to the west, we also have some very strong storms that are coming into Lorain County at this point. So now you can see we have the tornado warning that is going to be continued into Pennsylvania. We will not follow it into Pennsylvania. Obviously, that becomes a Youngstown's territory, but Trumbull County is our county, and so we kind of keep that very close eye on where we are there. High winds are a possibility with any of these thunderstorms tonight, and if we start to see the spin in those winds, that's where the big concern comes in. So we're going to zoom back in. There you see it. Now, this is actually the Pittsburgh radar, so we're kind of battling between the two. Our system that you see here will default to whatever is closest, okay? So the Pittsburgh radar has a little bit different vantage point. I bet if we scooch off to the south, look at that. There's the Cleveland radar, and notice that we have a very different kind of a look here that is going on. So it's an interesting kind of a back and forth that we have to happen here. Let's zoom in. We'll use the Cleveland radar on this one, and we're probably, it's gonna default over to that. So Hartford right now, you folks need to be in your safety spots as well as Yankee Lake. I wonder if I can grab that and go over this way a little bit. Nope, we're going to stick with Pittsburgh. That's fine. Confirmed tornado, confirmed on the ground. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado now that is showing up here in Trumbull County. And just to show you, we have this dark purple. We have a black outline now on our tornado warning. That's an indication that we have a confirmed tornado. So tornado warning, the southeast corner of Trumbull County, a confirmed tornado, Hartford area, down just to the south there. We are right on the Ohio Route 7 line. Mark Johnson also in the Weather Center, as well as Anthony Copeland this evening, keeping an eye on all of this too, as we keep kind of honing in here with where we are at. Yankee Lake and Hartford specifically, you folks, please get into your safety spots. We have that rotation that continues to move off to the southeast. It's going to move into Sharon, PA in not too long of a time. South of the actual rotation itself into Yankee Lake and places like Brookfield, we probably have some high wind that is coming through, but that confirmed tornado changes things a little bit, amps things up.
Which is in western Pennsylvania.
Okay, so it's moving very quickly. So it's now into Sharpsville. Okay, that's good news. Excellent. All right, so let's pivot off of WKYC. So linear programming, we're gonna send you back to nightly news. We are still streaming live on WKYC Plus. If you'd like more information and more coverage of these severe storms, you can follow us there. Moved into Pennsylvania, so it is now out of Northeast Ohio. But we have more storms that are ongoing at this hour. So here is the latest. These are the alerts. The confirmed tornado in eastern Trumbull County is now moved into Pennsylvania. So that confirmed warning is now in Pennsylvania. So places like Cortland and into the areas there, you are severe clear at this point. You still have a strong storm in the area, so it's not time to really jump out and, you know, go do your thing. But definitely take care as you go through the evening. We may have some power outages there. We're keeping an eye on that. We also have a strong storm in Medina, Summit, and Portage County. This is a newer severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to move into places like Cuyahoga Falls and Akron with some pretty heavy rain, high wind threat with this one as we are seeing this bowing shape taking place. And that's an idea that we probably have some high straight line winds that are coming out of that. The problem in the type of a scenario that we have set up right now in Northeast Ohio is that those straight line winds can sometimes compete with each other. You get one little section that ooches out ahead of the other, and you get a spin that can happen. And so typically those are much weaker tornadoes, but they are tornadoes nonetheless. And as we take a look at the rain here, you can see Hudson back through Boston Township, Gent down into Montrose and Copley, over toward Cuyahoga Falls, Akron, Stowe, Kent area. This heavy rain, this high wind threat is going to come your direction. We'll turn on the velocities here, and this is basically eyeballing where and how quickly the raindrops and parts of the thunderstorm are moving. And you can kind of calculate out from there. Well, we don't, but the computers do. And they will calculate out where that high wind threat is. I mentioned before, we do have a little notch here, and you can kind of see how this is not a real clean line. It's a little bumpy. And sometimes when you get these little notches, that's where things can start to get a little bit squirrely. And that little notch right now is just about to move into Cuyahoga Falls, if it's not there already, right around power plant, Akron Peninsula Road, so down in the valley. This is going to continue to move east-southeast. Merriman Road is over here. Here's Cuyahoga Falls, so it's moving into Cuyahoga Falls right now. Graham Road out by Blossom Music Center, and then over toward Stowe as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you I'm keeping a really close eye on that one right now, most certainly. Let's go ahead. We're going to keep Mark's mic open at this point too, because we're definitely keeping an eye on that and that rotation. Mark, if you would keep an eye on that for me specifically. I'm going to do another pivot. We're going to go out to the west. I want to take a look at what's going on in Lorain County as we have another big thunderstorm that is just coming on shore. I'm not seeing any spinning as of right now, which is good news. Not seeing any particular area where we are concerned about any certain high winds, but we have a lot of rain that is coming down currently in places like Lorain and Elyria, Oberlin, and Grafton. There's heavy rain coming down in Bay Village and Westlake, the North Olmsted into Fairview Park, especially the west end of Fairview Park, just about to get into Rocky River. It's probably raining right now in Rocky River and about to get very wet in Lakewood and over in toward Parma Heights and Parma. Meanwhile, farther to the south, Grafton and down into Litchfield, heavy rain is falling, as well as the Wellington area. New London and back into portions of Norwalk, getting some very heavy rain. A lot of lightning on this one, and that could be a sign that we maybe have some pea-sized hail that's kind of forming in this particular thunderstorm. It looks like that one cluster of a thunderstorm. This was all congealed into one big storm not too long ago. It looks like it's kind of starting to break up a little bit. It means it's spreading out, and we may be getting that spreading out because it's moving so quickly. And this will continue to move into Medina County. So if you are sitting in Medina and you thought, I wonder if I just heard thunder. You probably did. It's the stuff that's coming out of Lorain County. Meanwhile, farther south into northern Ashland County, getting some rumblers that are coming through that way too. Norwalk, I see you. We're going to keep an eye on your storm as well, as that is going to continue to move east right along 20, and it's going to head over toward the Lorain County area. I want to keep an eye on this storm out to the west too. This is kind of an outlier, and typically outliers, storms that can go rogue, have their own environment. They can just do whatever they want to do, and they have the access to all the heat, all the humidity, all the good dynamics. This storm is also going to continue to move off to the east-southeast, so that would be a heads up for places like Willard and Plymouth Township down into the Mansfield, Shelby, Ontario areas, and then eventually over toward Ashland as well. Lorain County, very heavy rain coming down right now into western Cuyahoga County and Medina County. We have 5 minutes till we start 3 News at 7, so we'll keep streaming on here, but we will have to pivot over to the news programming too, which is probably going to be a whole lot more weather. We have that strong storm, the severe thunderstorm warning that continues in places like Summit County and Portage County. Medina County, I think you're severe clear, at least from that particular cell. We'll be watching more incoming cells off to the west. The tornado-warned storm is now fully into Pennsylvania, which is great news. So we are severe clear currently in Trumbull County. So I want to say that again, Trumbull County, you're severe clear. If you got into your safety spots, you can come out now. Very heavy rain, though, falling in Ashtabula County, from Ashtabula all the way down toward Orwell. And that is going to continue to move out toward the Andover area as well. Mark, if you could prep up a real quick forecast for our folks.
Sure.
You got that? Okay. Just want to remind everybody, we are dealing with a tornado watch that will continue through 11 p.m. for all of Northeast Ohio, as these thunderstorms are going to continue to move from northwest to east-southeast. The storms initially, these are the ones that are expected to be the spiciest. We're going to continue with the heavy rain threat as we head through the rest of the night. Mark, what is the latest on the rest of the forecast then?
Well, take a look here. You've got temps already falling in Greater Cleveland as well as in Akron, because the front is moving through there right now. So if you're still feeling the warmth, the front is not to you yet, but look what happens behind the front here. 48, 44, 39, 30s. We're going to bottom out at 8 a.m. near 30 degrees. So this is a big change from warm to cold, from summer to back to toward winter time, folks. So here's your National Design Mart hour by hour. Again, a 10-day outlook, Union Home Mortgage. You're going to see 36 on Friday, 43 Saturday. Sunday, you're up to 55. And then look at those temps begin to climb. You're at 65 on Monday, 74 on Tuesday. Another front, a little bit cooler Wednesday, and then we're headed up toward opening day. You notice that we do have some shower chances again, Tuesday into Wednesday. As Betsy keeps saying, all we need is 3 dry hours. 3 dry hours for the Guardians game on look at the temps on Friday. Look, it's 47 now in Cleveland. What was it an hour ago? 72? Wow. Look at that temperature drop. Can you tell where the front is? 53 Chardon, 52 in Ashtabula, Ravenna still 72. Akron, the front is knocking on your door at 73. Look at this, 70s, middle 70s, Dover, New Philly to Carrollton. So the warm air is still here. The cold front is sinking in now, and where the front, the warm and the cold meet, that's where the best chance is for these big storms. But even if the front drops through you, like farther north into Cleveland, I'm still expecting some heavy rain overnight, maybe even some hail from some elevated thunderstorms. Flooding now becomes an issue behind this. And all right, I keep going backwards. Why not? Let's keep going backwards. All right, so you can really see where the front is by this map. All right, this is convective available potential energy. See this? This is where the juice is to make the storms. This is where summer is. And behind that, you've got the winter, the stable air. And you can see it's already down almost into Akron, actually into Akron, Kent, Ravenna, Trumbull County. This thing is going to be down to Stark County here within the next 30 minutes. And once you're out of this red color, once you're out of the super heated energy for the thunderstorms, you're not going to see the tornado threat ramp up. You're going to see that tornado threat go down, all right? And that's what we're expecting. So the front, we'll draw it on, is right here, sliding steadily toward the south. Behind the front, we're much cooler. We still have the threat for some heavy rain, maybe some hail, maybe some gusty winds through the evening hours. So we're not done with the inclement weather, but the tornado threat goes bye-bye. These clusters of cells here are north of the front. So they are elevated, all right? They're above that chilly layer that's next to the ground. So these are going to be primarily heavy rainers, maybe some hail, and maybe some brief gusty winds, all right? The velocity here around Cuyahoga Falls, this is where the actual front is, and we're continuing to watch this cell kind of spinning over Cuyahoga Falls. That's something that we're going to definitely keep our eye on, especially as we head through the 7 o'clock show. We've got 5 seconds, and we'll be back with the 7 p.m. show on air coming up.
Thanks so much for joining us here on WKYC Plus. We're going to be streaming as we go through the evening because we want to keep you updated with these storms. Currently, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings or active tornado warnings in our viewing area, but we do have a tornado watch that's going on. We'll let the radar reset the sweep here. We have lightning, we have thunder, we have a lot that's happening, and it's only going to continue as we head through the overnight hours. These southern storms, that's the line that we're really keeping the closest eye on right now. We also have strong and even severe storms to the west of us. There we go, as the radar sweep comes back around. But we have some very heavy rain that is falling and some rumblers that are going to continue to move through northeast Ohio. Whoa, where are we going here? Hold on, I'm going to pivot. There we go, back to this. All right, so at the time that all of this is going on, we also have a front that is dropping into the area. So we have a pretty distinct temperature change that's taken place. We dropped 24 degrees in just over 30 minutes in downtown Cleveland. And as we continue to watch that north wind push the cold air in, it's helping to elevate a lot of the heat and the moisture that's going on. So an interesting note for tonight is that we have all of the good instability, all the good juju for these thunderstorms to live off of and continue producing heavy rain into the overnight hours because it's going to be right above the cold layer of air that is pressing in. So we do have all of these strong and at times severe thunderstorms that are continuing on, and it's the leading edge, these southern storms, those are the ones that have the best potential to tap into some of the heat and the humidity that's been going on. We do have a tornado watch that is active through 11 p.m. for all of northern Ohio. We've had one tornado warning so far. That was in Trumbull County earlier, and we just got confirmation of some damage in Fowler in Trumbull County. So that was a tornado warning that got a little bit interesting. Right now, as we take a look at the velocity, we don't have anything particular that is spinning, but we do have some potential for some high straight line winds. What's left of a severe thunderstorm warning in Portage County continues there in that southeast corner, but we have a lot more that's going on in Western County. Mark's going to give us an update on that coming up in just a minute. The best potential for hail and what's left of this severe weather continues to be south of greater Cleveland. The giant hail potential continues generally to the southwest of the Mansfield area. We've had, excuse me, some reports of hail out toward Lucas County, out toward the Toledo area. They had quarter-inch, three-quarter-inch hail that's been reported. And we've been seeing a lot of hail showing up on the radar. I don't know that any of that was actually hitting the ground. There's the bigger sweep, and you can see this line of storms that's out to the west. Mark's keeping a close eye on all of that. But here in immediate northeast Ohio, again, we just have these storms that are producing some very heavy rain at this point and continuing to really wail down on that heavy rain and produce some possibilities of some gusty winds. And we're watching for anything that might be able to spin up. Ashland County, Richland County, this storm in particular is one we're going to be keeping a close eye on because it is free and clear to tap into a lot of that heat and humidity off to the south. We also have some strong storms, Medina and Wayne counties, and then into Summit County. Most of this looks to be just like very heavy rain right now. Farther to the east, we've had some nasty storms that have gone from Trumbull County over into Pennsylvania. We have a very strong storm right now in the Youngstown area that continues as well, but nothing particular as far as anything twisty that I am seeing right now. I think the one that we'll keep the closest eye on is going to be this one in Richland and Ashland counties at this point. But we want to get the big picture as well because this is kind of round one. We have a whole round two that is still to come. Mark Johnson keeping a very close eye on that.
I'm right here.
There you are.
Hey, there we are. All right, so the cold front is sliding south through the area right now, and that cold front will dictate how cool you're going to get over the next hour or so, plus the types of storms you're going to have. So if we go to our weather maps now, we'll show you again the tornado watch in effect. And that Portage County storm is pretty much out of the warned area. So technically, it's still a warning for southeastern Portage County, but the storm that prompted it is over here now. So it's over into the Boardman, Youngstown area, and it's not being warned for severe weather. So we can sound the all clear there. And again, these storms down here are closest to where the actual cold front is. So the cold front is just Belleville to Mohican to Worcester, that area there. So these storms are trying to tap in to that low-level surface-based juice, we call it, that warm, muggy air that would produce the strongest thunderstorms. And if there is the possibility of a tornado for the next little while, it would be from any one of these storms here. But as the farther south they get, the better chance we have of sounding the all clear for tornadoes for the entire viewing area. Not to say we are out of the woods, though, just yet. No, because we're really not. Let's go to the west, young man. Take a look at these storms here until 8:15. We've got this line of severe thunderstorms, and we've got warnings out for Ottawa, Sandusky, Seneca counties for basically damaging straight line winds to 60 miles per hour. And some hail, potentially 1 inch or greater. Now, the atmosphere is ripe for hailstones to be 1 to 2 inches, perhaps even golf ball sized. Have not seen any of that yet, but we're not done with this event. And once the front goes farther to the south, that's when the remaining storms that move through will be primarily heavy rainers and hailers, okay? Maybe a gusty wind along with any hail core that does reach the ground. So we transition from a tornado threat to more of a hail, heavy rain, flooding, and perhaps a brief damaging straight line wind gust threat for the rest of the event right there. So there's that. We're going to show you the motion of these storms. And they're sliding basically just south of east, and they're going 65 miles per hour. So these things are really tooling along. I do want to show you convective available potential energy. That's the juice Betsy and I talk about. That's what storms feed on. That's what the strongest storms need to keep them strong and keep them producing severe weather. And you can see that energy is sinking steadily toward the south. It's almost to U.S. Route 30 now, and by my watch, it's only 7:37. So again, the tornado threat is right along that leading edge of that top line of orange there. That's our tornado threat. Beyond that, farther north, the tornado threat goes away. So we can actually move this front now farther to the south. There it is, right there. So anybody north of that, tornado threat is done. Still, you've got heavy rain and hail potentially coming your way. And a wider view shows these storms over here near Bowling Green, sliding them on in. And these are straight line wind producers here. So let's bring on our radar. You can see all the lightning there. Wow, look at all the lightning. There's a ton of lightning in those storms. I do want to show you some of the velocities. Remember, these storms are pretty far away from the radar, but you start getting into these darker blue colors here, and we're tapping into some strong winds, at least a couple of thousand feet up, and the rain's going to pull those to the ground, hence the warning. Now, an even wider view will show all the storms yet to come, and these storms will continue to bring us some rain chances and some hail chances until about 10, 11 o'clock, and then it'll just be some general rain showers coming in, and we'll be able to sound the all clear for severe weather, maybe even earlier than that for some of you. But there's still rounds of rain to go, and the flooding potential, again, is still pretty high. I do want to show you the future cast here, and we'll load that up now, and we'll slide it on through. So here's your 8 o'clock, 8:30. You can see all those storms coming in from the west. These are those Indiana storms sliding in. Here's 9 p.m. And this is primarily heavy rain with some hail and maybe some brief gusty winds here. The tornado threat is done. By 11 o'clock, severe threat is over. And now we're just looking at scattered rain showers that gradually clear out from north to south after midnight and then shuttering tomorrow morning. Look at those temps. Look at those temps. By 7:30, 8 a.m., 9 o'clock, upper 20s and lower 30s, it's a return to chill. The concern for flooding is there as well, and we'll show you what we expect rainfall-wise, especially in our southern counties. An additional 1 to 2 inches of rain possible with those thunderstorms, especially if they train, meaning storms that go back and forth over the same area over and over again. So Betsy, we're going to watch out for some flooding.
Yeah, definitely, especially because we've got like rounds of rain that's happening here. So a couple updates for everybody. We did have damage reported in Trumbull County from the tornado-warned storm earlier. In Fowler, a roof was blown off of a house. We're also starting to see some other storm reports that are popping up. We've had some hail reports. I think I can pull these up here. And we're getting some other wind reports too. Specifically, this one in Medina County is of interest to me because we had a severe thunderstorm warning on this, but this was right before the warning was issued. Trees and power lines down on Marks Road between Sleepy Hollow and Gayer. That's on the south side of Brunswick, so that might be Brunswick Hills Township there, which is sandwiched in between Brunswick and Medina. So that was from the thunderstorm that went through, and that same thunderstorm then continued to move off to the east. And as you can see here, we've had some multiple reports of hail and damage out in Trumbull County. This is in Vienna, so Fowler is just north of Vienna. Vienna is where the Youngstown Airport is. And portions of a roof landed in a cornfield. It was off of a two-story residential structure, well built. That's a really important indication. So it's not just some, a shed or something like that. This came off of a home that was a well-built actual structure. So that is notable. That was from that tornado-warned storm earlier. And then there are additional, reports in Indiana and whatnot of the very hail, all the hail and the very heavy rain that is still to come. So it's a little bit of a messy line that is south of I-76 right now, generally along the US 30 corridor, although Stark County, you have not had much rain yet. Up into Hartville, getting some of that rain now. Clinton Township, this is still to drop your direction. So you will be seeing conditions get a little interesting here as we get into the next hour or so with some heavy rain coming in. Nothing severe in this particular line, excuse me, as it continues to move off to the southeast. I'm just going to tell you, we have some crud that is going through the station. There are multiple people that have this whole coughing situation happening. I don't know if you have it where you work. Kids often are to blame. I'm just going to say that. I have two children. They bring stuff home from school all the time. Mark, you've had it.
Yeah.
Russ Mitchell is out right now.
Yep.
We just have like something that's going through the building. So apologies if you hear like our bronchial spasms taking place here. Because it does feel like all of a sudden you just go, so there you go. Anywho, back to why we're here. We do have this heavy rain threat that continues. Now, we've had a lot of rain already that has fallen. I think it's interesting always to point out where the heaviest rain is falling. We look for those really bright colors. So we have heavy rain that is falling right now in Thompson over into central portions of Ashtabula County. And then back to the southwest right here between Richland and Ashland counties. That looks to be, that's probably just south of US 30. US 30 goes from Mansfield to Ashland to Wayne to Worcester and then over toward Canton. So that's where our heaviest rain is falling right now, kind of an axis, if you will, and that will continue to drop to the south. And then, as Mark mentioned, there's a whole nother hot mess of heavy rain that is off to the west of us that we'll start to keep an eye on too. Let me activate this. There we go. There it is. And you can see just how heavy these batches of rain are, and that very heavy rain is going to continue to move to the east. So Mark showed you that line that is in western Ohio. That's been cause of a lot of problems. Lots of lightning on this, and that's often an indicator of hail. We have had some hail reports out of this cluster of storms. This is going to continue to move east like everything else is. And so even though places like Norwalk and down into northern portions of Richland County, out around Plymouth and over towards Sandusky, you're dry, you have a whole nother round of rain that is still to come. And this is probably actually going to be heavier than what you've already had if everything holds exactly like it is right now. Then you get this break, and then farther east, we're still dealing with all of this very heavy rain that is falling here. I think it is interesting to note that most of the lightning is west of us. And we still have some lightning on these thunderstorms, but as we've been kind of covering this through the day today, you know, it looked like everything was just going to like absolutely explode. And the storms definitely did start to really fire up. We're noticing a lot more activity off to the west, though, on the west end of this boundary as it continues to drop in. So the cold air is definitely here. Temperatures are in the 40s. It is damp and yucky. Look, it is still 77 degrees in Dover and dry. Y'all in Dover, enjoy it. I love my peeps down that way. Dover and Carrollton, two of my favorite places. New Philadelphia is in there. I love Strasburg and up into Bolivar and Zoar. Even you folks in East Sparta in the Stark County. The Hills and Dales area. This is just beautiful country. Awesome restaurants down here. Great place to take a getaway. And then even back into Holmes County too. But that is right now south of the front, so I think things are going to stay a little bit interesting for you folks. This tornado watch continues through 11 p.m. It's for all of northern Ohio. Farther to the west, they had a severe thunderstorm watch, and that seems to be kind of rolling over to the east. Still a lot of hail potential, especially south of US 30. South and west of our viewing area is kind of the bullseye for that right now, and that is going to help to feed these thunderstorms. So a couple things to note. As Mark was mentioning, these look to be a lot more discrete, so kind of standalone cells than this very kind of messy looking grouping of thunderstorms that we have here in Northeast Ohio. So these have a totally different environment that they are working in. We thought the environment here locally would be a lot juicier than what it seems to be right now. Here's the question, is that going to change? Well, we have the lake, okay? These areas don't have Lake Erie to contend with. We have that cold air coming in off of the lake, and that can really pump the brakes on a lot of severe weather. But all of these cells are just kind of riding out in solo territory. So they have nice little groupings, good inflow, nothing to contaminate the environment around them. So they are definitely kind of primed to continue to move into western Ohio as very strong and severe thunderstorms. This cluster is probably going to start to pivot over to more very heavy rain as it continues to move east into our area. But you can see 804 lightning strikes in this map view. That's pretty impressive for this time of the year. All right, isolated to scattered, damaging wind gusts and large hail as we head through the rest of the evening with these storms. I would have to say we're probably going to start to back down the hail part of it and the damaging wind part just a little bit as we get into the latter part of the evening. Thankfully, the tornado risk should start to go down, but the heavy rain risk is right with us. All right, so we're kind of going back and forth here as we've got the National Designer hour-by-hour forecast. Picking up on that cluster of storms to the west, which I think is really notable, and that is going to continue to spread eastward. So far, it looks like we will be holding the intensity of the rainfall. So that means very heavy rain is still to come as we head through the 8 o'clock hour into the 9 o'clock hour. Renewed round of thunderstorms coming in the overnight, and you kind of see how things are just kind of training one after the other after the other. All of that starts to add up after a while. So initially it's going to be just surface problems. You get those real heavy rain rates, it overwhelms the drainage system, you get flooded streets. Then as more and more and more rain starts to fall, we get breaks in between, so the streets start to, drain out. But the bad news is that water goes somewhere. So that's where you start to activate your ditches and creeks and streams, and then eventually the rivers, and everything kind of starts to get overwhelmed. And overall, we're anticipating some high water for the day tomorrow. The rain threat continues to push south overnight, and look what happens by tomorrow morning. We start the day at freezing. I mean, come on. We were at 77 today at Hopkins. That was the high temperature for Hopkins. We made it to 80 in downtown Cleveland. I know, me too. And this cold air is here to stay. That's the bad news. We'll have some clouds around in the morning, but it does look like all of that should start to break up. We'll get some sunshine in the afternoon, but your temperatures are going to stay in the 30s to right around 40. The big concern with the rain, this is still rain to come, and you can see our northern counties have a lesser chance for the heavy rain, but we're still going to bring in that convective rain. Those thunderstorms just wring that rainfall out of these thunderstorms as they continue to move through. So still 1 to 2 inches of rain a possibility where those thunderstorms are going to persist. So we're calling through 10 p.m. The tornado watch goes through 11 p.m. with the severe storms, the heavy rain threat. Please still have a way to get alerts. We're going to continue to stream here for a little while. I mentioned tomorrow. We're going 36 degrees for the high. I know. I did change the wording on, I don't know, I think Anthony updated this forecast earlier and he had it like, you know, winter returns. And I was just like, I went straight attitude, right? Excuse me, what's going on here? Yeah, we're gonna stay in the 30s through the day tomorrow, but we do get to see some sunshine. So cold air is drier air. That's good news. We're gonna wash out a lot of the humidity tonight. So we get to see the sun, but man, 30s is just a gut punch. And the 10-day outlook shows that we actually do have some warmer air that comes in. So it's a quick hit of this really cold air. We'll be in the 30s for your Friday, 40s for Saturday, a few clouds around, but you know, it's the weekend. We like our sunshine on the weekends. And then we will continue to watch the mercury rise. Sunday, we're in the mid 50s, then we jump to the mid 60s and we jump to the mid 70s. Anytime you see that stair-stepping effect going up, it is often followed by a decline on the other side. As you can see, by Wednesday, it's 51, 40s on Thursday, and then Friday comes. That big old Guardians logo on there. I keep saying we just need 3 dry hours. And right now it looks like the best chance for the rain could be in the morning. So the game is in the afternoon, so don't fret, don't worry. I say that just in case the Guardian staff is watching, because I'll be chatting with you a lot. But we'll continue to keep an eye on that. The big concern anytime you get out this far in a forecast is that something else could be speeding up, and that's where we would start to move things around. But on the backside of our home opener, we've got partly cloudy skies and temperatures in the 60s. If you're looking for a game to go to, whoop, next weekend's the one to keep an eye on for sure. All right, Mark, I'm going to turn things back over to you. Get us up to date. I'm going to go in a corner and cough for a little bit.
Are you done talking?
I'm going to just go cough for a while.
You poor thing. I know. I have some water over here for you.
I have a couple bottles here. Everybody keeps bringing me water.
All right, Frank, you want me to stay here? I can stay here. All right, I think I'm going to go to the key here real quick. So follow me over here. We're going to chat about some of these storms that are coming in from the west, some things that are going on. Because severe weather warnings out until 8:15. This is just outside our viewing area, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Seneca counties. But these are big, chunky thunderstorms with a ton of heavy rain, some hail in them, and some lightning. But also, we have an issue with, I got to change it over. Do I got to go to S1 or S2? We're on S2. S2, there we go. All right, so there's your severe weather warnings until 8:15 p.m. I want to zoom on in. This is our wind velocity. These are our straight line winds. Now, again, this is shooting up pretty high. This is a few thousand feet up. But what we're seeing here is you can definitely tell which areas that were punching that wind down closer to the surface. This one right here headed into Oak Harbor right here, bowing out a little bit there. So watch for some stronger winds here. Oak Harbor, if they do reach the ground, they probably will, and that would be into Port Clinton next. We have 2 other areas here, one near Bowling Green right in there. And again, what you have is these strong thunderstorms pulling down mid-level winds toward the ground, which are pretty strong. So I'm not sure why it's disappearing on me, but those winds reach the ground and they kind of punch out into the storm system themselves, and this is where your damaging wind gusts would be, right in here and right in here. So again, headed toward Bradner and Woodville. This is outside our viewing area, but this is kind of what's coming our way. Some elevated, strong wind gusts right now. And then look at these thunderstorms sliding in from Indiana. Here's quite a batch. So we get this batch coming in. Then behind it, we'll probably stabilize things quite a bit once this main band gets through. But we'll still have some heavy rainers here, perhaps some hail and perhaps some gusty winds. Our tornado threat is really diminishing. So we'll go over here. We'll show you, again, the storms that are kind of just clustered around. They're messy. There's nothing really organized about them. Garrettsville to Youngstown. The actual cold front is now sinking down to U.S. Route 30. So these are just north of the cold front. So they're having a little hard time tapping into the stronger energy that would keep them strong to severe. But they're still packing quite a bit of rain. Could be a tiny bit of hail in here, some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour as these slide south and east at about, 60 to 65 miles per hour. These things are really screaming. Right here over Newbury. Look at that, sliding into southern Geauga County. Got some pretty heavy rain. That's the 422 corridor there. Warren, of course, you had the heavy rainers there. Let's slide down along the line. Now, these are pretty robust as far as thunderstorms go. We're going to call them strong. We have no warnings on them as of now. But again, they're right along the cold front. Mohican to Worcester, heavy rain. Lawrence Township in Stark County. Canton, you're about to get your heavy rain there. Mansfield, some heavy rainers just sliding on through. You'll notice behind these showers that the temperatures are going to drop. Severe thunderstorm warning?
Yep.
I see it right there.
You got it.
Woo! There it is, the one we were just chatting about for Garrettsville. And believe it or not, it's got a little appendage on it, but there's a lot of stuff out ahead of it, so it's going to have a little trouble grabbing on to some of that really good, juicy air. But still, we have severe thunderstorm, perhaps 60-mile-an-hour winds, perhaps some large hail, sliding along that 422 corridor in toward Warren, into Johnston. I'm Johnson without the T, okay? And that expiration, I'd assume, would be about 30 minutes. About 7:54, so we're going to say 8:30. Expiration time, boom, right there. So there's the cell producing some strong to severe weather. Again, a severe weather warning on that for basically southeastern Portage County, southeastern Geauga County, northeastern Portage County. It's riding right along the line now, and then it's going to slide into Trumbull County and move along the 422 corridor into Warren over the next, I'd say, 15, 20 minutes. There you go. So that's our latest severe thunderstorm warning. Stark County here, you've got strong cells moving your way. This one is behind the line, so this is definitely an elevated thunderstorm. So the wind gusts would be the main straight line winds and some hail there. So farther back toward the Mansfield area at US Route 30, the front has already reached US Route 30 as of 8 a.m. And then back to the west here, you can see all of these thunder cells. Cleveland, we've been dry for just a little while, and you're thinking, well, we've chilled down to 47 degrees. We've got to be done with that severe weather. Not so fast, because this area here of elevated thunderstorms, it's elevated above that cool layer, that cold layer that's over us right now next to the ground. Above that, there's still some warm air that can feed these storms, and that's where these storms are. They're above the surface by a couple of thousand feet. They're going to produce the heavier rains and perhaps a little bit of hail and perhaps some brief gusty winds, 40, 50 miles per hour. So where's the front? Again, you can track it, US Route 30. This is convective available potential energy. In the red, that's the juice, that's the heat, that's the humidity, that's the summertime air we had over us just a little while ago through the afternoon. And that's what these strong thunderstorms feed off of. If you want severe weather, you want the storms to be able to tap into this kind of energy. But notice how far south that energy is gone. So the front is right here, and farther to the north, no tornadoes. The tornado threat is pretty much done. Any storm that rolls through is heavy rain and, of course, maybe some hail. And your tornado potential is just along and south of that front. Maybe Tuscarawas County, maybe Carroll County. But we're pretty much done with the tornado threat. And now we just wait for the torrential downpours that are coming in from the west. You could see at 9 p.m., boom. 60 in Akron with heavy rain, 43 in Cleveland with some potential heavy rain. Sandusky, heavy rain, and 45 at 9 p.m. Mansfield, heavy rain here. And again, no flood advisories or warnings as of now, but that could easily change through the evening hours. I would say after 9:30, 10 o'clock, our severe weather threat is seriously fading fast. 10:30, you got a couple of clusters of strong thunderstorms near Dover, New Philly, but elsewhere, it's just generally rainfall. And then here's 1:30. The front has shifted far enough south where everybody's cooling down. Rain showers. What do we got?
Huron, Lorain counties, new severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, Erie, Huron, and Lorain County. We're going to go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go. Yeah, I'm going back. Here we go. There it is. Expiration 8:45, maybe 9. Here's Lorain County, Erie, northern Huron counties for these thunder cells. And again, my hunch is that we're going to get warnings pretty much down the line, at least for a little while, for these wind events here coming in. And again, this is 60-mile-an-hour straight line wind potential, some large hail, definitely some torrential rainfall. Here it comes. This is round number 2, we'll say. No tornadoes in these, but definitely round number 2. And if I go backwards, I think I can get us back to, yeah, I can get us back here. This is our velocity product, and you can see the leading edge of these thunderstorms. And there's some stronger winds right up here around Oak Harbor, some stronger winds trying to punch in here, some stronger winds down this area here. That's where we're getting those warnings. Wow, this is quite a system. We got severe thunderstorm warnings in central Indiana. I think those storms go south of our viewing area overnight. That's good news there. We don't need them. We don't need them. Look at that hook echo right there coming out of Indiana. That is a signature tell of a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. In fact, the severe thunderstorm warning out for this cell that's about ready to cross into western Ohio is tornado possible. You can see that kind of that red outline around the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. And that would be the one we'd be honing in on right there. That's closer to the front. See, that's tapping into some of that juice, that 70-degree air and that high humidity there. All right, I'm going to slide on back here. I'm going to check in on that severe thunderstorm warning in Portage County again. My computer is slowing down. Look at all that heavy rain. Again, that's 1 inch, or easily an inch of rainfall there as it's coming on through. Although it's moving pretty quickly. It's moving pretty quickly. Let's go back. Come on. I guess this is where I started, huh? Yeah, this is where I started. This is where I started.
It's all good,
keep on going.
Hey, we do have some updates. We're getting some more of our severe storm reports coming in. So as we've been tracking this very heavy rain, the high wind threat and whatnot going on, we've also been getting some, different reports from around northern Ohio and points beyond. I just thought if we go back over to Weather 1 here real quick, Frank, I would just zoom out a little bit and show kind of where the other reports are back into Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois as well. So this has definitely been a very active day all across not only northern Ohio, but points to our west. And this is going to continue. We've also had some power outages reported. Not a ton, but there are some power outages that have been reported in Trumbull County, which is where our tornado possibly touched down earlier this evening. That was in areas just around Vienna and out toward the Youngstown Airport. We also have a few power outages that have been noted in portions of Cuyahoga County out around Rocky River. And then those continue to move out. Mark, I'm hoping your microphone is still active. Frank,
I bet it is.
Oh, good. All right, let's dive in,
Let's
shall we?
dive in.
Come
All
play
right.
TV with me over
Yay.
here. We can both fit in the key. I think we should.
I think so.
Okay, so the interesting thing is that we have the heavy rain that continues. Back out just a little bit. He's going to pot it up. Okay, now we good, Frank? Okay. So this is the heavy rain that continues, and it's going to continue to move into the area, generally from west to east. This next batch is very heavy, and this is the one that we're going to keep an eye on. So, Mark, I'm going to ask a very awkward question.
Yes,
if we could switch
I'm right here.
sides.
Okay, I'm over here.
There. So this way I can drive a little bit. I think I might be able to a little bit.
This will be fun.
This super heavy rain that is coming in, this is concerning. We've seen some hail signs out of this. We've gotten reports of hail, golf ball size hail in Oak Harbor that's out here in Ottawa County. There's also Findlay, some very big hail. That was a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was issued on that one. That could be upwards of 2-inch hail falling.
Yeah.
So the hail threat does continue for this area. Meanwhile, where you are, we've got this very sneaky line that continues to move to the south right along the front.
That's the front.
That's not exactly what we would typically think of as these storms that are behind the front as being the ones
That are stronger. Well, what we have going on right now, as you and I have been chatting about off camera, is it's sunset time. And what happens is you get what we call a low-level jet. And that begins to intensify as the sun goes down. That's winds at about, a couple 3,000 feet up. And they're intensifying, and they're blowing at about 70 to 90 miles per hour. So what they're doing is they're blowing just above the surface, and they're picking up a little bit of moisture above the surface and helping to feed these storms. Even though these storms aren't in a surface environment that would produce severe weather, that low-level jet, just a few thousand feet up, is continuing to feed the moisture in here, and that's why these storms are likely going to do a little more widespread damage as far as gusty winds, as far as hail reports coming in, and of course as far as torrential rains go, because of that low-level jet that we're tapping into. The actual cold front here, that's the tornado threat.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, and we're pretty much done with that.
So I want you to try something. You see that little icon that's there at the top with the thunderstorm warning? I'm going to click the button. You put your finger on there. We're going to take a magical trip here, and we're going to end up going to Holmes County, where we have this new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. Well, it's supposed to work.
It's supposed to work? Did I not do it right?
Oh, I'm sure you did.
There it is. Look at that.
So we have just jumped to Holmes County. So southern portions of Wayne County, Holmes County, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. And this is going to continue for about, well, 40 minutes or so. 40 minutes. As this storm continues to drop in. I think it is notable, Mark, that has the red outline. So that is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, again, this is along the front. And that's where you and I have been telling everyone that if there is a tornado threat, it's right along that cold front, and that front is now just south of US Route 30, so Ripley to Salt Creek. And if we're looking carefully at this, you know, what we look for would be some little indentations, some little like hooks there. There we go.
Hey.
There's something nice right in there.
A little spicy.
Okay, that would be where we're going to watch. Okay, you got all tiny. This would be the area of concern right here. This is Ripley to Millersburg, and again, this is sliding southeast. So if you're in Millersburg right now, I need you to pay attention. Walnut Creek, I need you to pay attention as well.
Crazy driver over here.
There's no tornadoes right now. Okay, there's Holmesville. Again, this is sliding south and eastward at about 60 miles per hour. These things are just blowing by. It's going to travel basically down Route 39, cross Route 83 in the next 5 minutes or so. Right up here on Holmes. We'll watch that. A couple of little spots we need to keep a very close eye on. In this type of a scenario where you have this like cold frontal storm scenario, there could be a few little indentations here that try and produce little spin-ups here. But again, right in here, we'll watch that. Holmes County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45 p.m. this evening. As far as a tornado, it's a tornado possible tag on that. But all in all, so far, there's a little area of spin right here, but it's not organized enough where Betsy and I would be jumping up and down.
Yeah, and now we're getting data drops. So our radar kind of keeps going in and out, and I apologize. That's just the computer trying to do its thing for us. So there is the reflectivity, and that is notable. See, that's what you were just pointing out, is that we had that the reds and greens. So we're starting to see it trying to spin a little bit, and this notch right here coming into the Holmesville area. This is still just a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, we are very far from the radar here, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. Let's see where this one takes. Whoa, it's getting active, Mark. Here we go.
They're just putting out blanket severe warnings.
So I have a feeling we're going to get a lot more active as we go through the evening, just for these severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. All right, so I am just going to go ahead and we're going to put on some velocity because I do want to see what we got going on here. So we do have some high winds in some of these thunderstorms, and you know, as all of this is continuing to move in, it's a line. Lines can be very sneaky when it comes to threat for wind and also that possibility of hail too. The supercell thunderstorms are the ones that we're typically more concerned about with hail. But what I want to show you is that areas to the west, look at this is the track of that storm, and you can see the hail track that is coming along with this. So this just kind of diving over the I-75 corridor right now. This is the same storm that just triggered this big severe thunderstorm warning that is now active for our western counties too. So let's put this on. Actually, I'm just going to do the alerts. Let's do that. Okay.
Wow.
This thing's a beast.
That's a lion that's about to eat something.
There's a lot of counties included in this thing. So Erie, Huron, and Lorain counties, even the northwest corner, look at that Bay Village, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning from that cluster that's coming out of the Sandusky area. And then this whole thing is to do with that one cluster of storms that's moving from west to east, and that's going to clip into areas of southern Huron County and Richland County. We also have the severe thunderstorm warning for Holmes County as well as Wayne County, and that's where we've been kind of watching that little spin. Also in Trumbull County, I think this is another new one, Mark. We have a severe thunderstorm warning.
Looky there, torr possible on that.
Yeah, another torr possible, and that's on this little cell.
That is so elevated, though.
That is very elevated,
yes.
That is
so up high.
But we should probably take a peep at what's going on with the velocity. Not seeing anything of great concern right now. Meanwhile, look at the difference down here. So we have the reds and greens together. That's often a sign that we have wind shear, directional shear that's taking place, and that is holding. Notice, though, how broad that is. That's a big deal. That means that we don't have anything terribly concentrated. But remember, we're looking up in the thunderstorm, and when you look up in a thunderstorm, you tend to see things more broadly. So, could we have some low-level, high-intensity shear taking place? Yes, we could. That is right around Holmesville right now. This is going to continue to move to the east-southeast. So, Sugar Creek, you are no stranger to these types of storms. And then moving over into portions of Dover and New Philadelphia as well. Heads up for you folks. This is coming for the I-77 corridor. We also have a little surge of wind right now in the Stark County area, and we have seen sporadic wind gust reports that have caused damage. Trees and power lines down in Brunswick, that came out of nowhere. We've had the reports earlier with the tornado that was possibly on the ground. It was radar confirmed tornado that was out in Trumbull County. But notice the difference between this area and then back here into Holmes County. So definitely significant. I do want to take a look at the hail in this area too. Not seeing a ton of hail that's showing up at this point. Nothing like what we were seeing out in western portions of Ohio. But we are definitely getting hit right now with not only the heavy rain. We've got this isolated storm in central Trumbull County. We've got this storm that is crossing right over the Wayne and Holmes County line that's going to continue to move over to the east. Brewster, Wilmot, down into Dover, New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, Strasburg. You all are in that together. Oh, we have a new tornado warning. Frank, we have a tornado warning. We're going to have to cut in over on 3. Okay, so this is exactly the area we're talking about. We're going to cut in on channel 3 in just a second, so give us a minute. Hi friends, just want to give you the heads up. We have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Holmes County specifically. This tornado warning is north of Millersburg. It includes the Holmesville area. You can see this area right here between Salt Creek and Millersburg. That's the area where we're picking up some radar indicated rotation. The National Weather Service going ahead and putting out the tornado warning on this. We are streaming live on WKYC Plus right now. Mark Johnson and I have been talking about this storm in particular for about the last 10 minutes. Initially, a severe thunderstorm warning was issued on it with a tornado possible notation. And you can see there is some broad rotation that is taking place here right around Holmesville, north of Millersburg. This is going to continue to move to the east. So get a big heads up for places like Wilmot and Brewster down into Sugar Creek, Walnut Creek, Strasburg, Bolivar, Zoar, into Tuscarawas County, Dover, New Philadelphia area. I'm going to put a track on this and you know, give me a little grace here as this continues to move off to the east. I'm going to try and get it over to that Route 77 corridor there. But there's Strasburg at 8:31, 8:26 for Bars Mills, Trail at 8:21. Of course, if you've never had Trail bologna, you haven't had a treat. And then 8:17 Bunker Hill. So I kind of went backwards in time there, but we're kind of backing it into where we have this rotation that is showing up. Again, this is a tornado warning that has been issued for northern Holmes County, and that will also continue to move to the east. Notice that the line stops at Tuscarawas County. You get to the National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh. So we'll be waiting to see if Pittsburgh also issues a warning on this. My guess would it be a severe thunderstorm warning, but they are obviously keeping a close eye on it. So Holmesville to Millersburg, Walnut Creek, areas of northeastern Holmes County at this point have the greatest threat from this portion of the thunderstorm that is showing signs of rotating as it continues to move off to the east-southeast. So we've already talked about Walnut Creek and Strasburg, Sugar Creek, moving over into Dover and New Philadelphia. You folks all should be getting to your safety spot very quick. I'd have to say if you're in Holmes County in particular, you should be in your safety spots right now. This is a big enough threat, and there is enough of that storm rotation that is taking place that we are seeing a pretty good indication that we have that rotation that could be reaching the ground, and that's why the National Weather Service issued the severe thunderstorm warning there. Likewise, we are also tracking some big severe thunderstorms off to the north and the west. There is a lot that is happening at this hour. It is currently 8:13, and as mentioned, we're streaming also at WKYC Plus, which you can find it if you go to WKYC.com. You'll see a little box with live. That's like the easiest way to get there. And that way, if you have to get up and go, if you're in the tornado warned area, you can get up and go and you can take us with you. Notice the very heavy rain, the lightning that is still coming in from the west. Friends, this is going to pack a little bit of a punch. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that are indicated. Also a new tornado warning to the west of us. So nothing right now for Richland County, but just west of you, there is a tornado warning that's been issued for that area farther west. That's out toward Bucyrus and whatnot. But here is our local counties right now, and we'll talk about these areas that we're keeping a close eye on. First of all, we have Holmes County with the tornado warning locally, specifically northern Holmes County. That is trending and tracking toward northern portions of Tuscarawas County. We'll await to see what the National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh does with the Tuscarawas County area. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible in Trumbull County. This is second one for that area this evening, and that does continue to move through places like Cortland and over toward the PA state line. And then severe thunderstorm warnings for not only high wind, but the possibility of some hail too for places like Bay Village, just Bay Village, then Lorain County, Erie County, and Huron County, and then that whole big wedge of nasty weather that's coming in from the west that's also going to get into places like Richland County, so Mansfield, from Norwalk down through the Mansfield area. You can see where we have all this lightning that is taking place back here. So remember, this is a tornado warned storm 2 to the west of Mansfield. Our current tornado warned storm is in northern portions of Holmes County off to the south of Greater Cleveland, so way southern areas. And we've been keeping a very close eye on this over the last half hour or so. And again, I just want to keep a very close eye on areas to the north of 62. So north of Route 62, that's where the rotation is showing up right now. This is going to go just to the well, actually may go in Walnut Creek and areas just to the north, so hitting into Wilmot and then moving over towards Strasburg, Dover, New Philadelphia, and then it will also continue off into Carroll County too. Mark, have you been keeping an eye on the chat for us?
Yeah, nothing as far as any severe weather reports go.
No reports as of yet, which is great news for sure. But the fact that that thing has some lightning on it is showing me that we're probably getting some pretty good updraft that's taking place. We haven't really seen a ton of lightning on these as of yet, but you can still see that very broad rotation that's taking place. Also worth noting, we have some wind now that's starting to show up southeast of Canton. This is just south of Louisville. This could get into the Minerva area. That is also showing some weak signs of some broad rotation. So that is notable. Just a heads up for that southeast corner of Stark County. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible that is in portions of Trumbull County. But as of right now, I am not seeing anything specific that is kind of the red flag to me as of right now. The storms farther to the west look to me more like they are hailers with the possibility of some gusty winds. We're seeing some wind shifting taking place in those storms too. This is where the tornado warning is out to the west of the Mansfield area. So just a heads up, that would continue off to the southeast. But you can see what a difference it looks like. This is almost just glaring at you, this tornado warned part of this storm in Holmes County. We have a little broad rotation that's showing up now just to the south of the Massillon area, so that's right around Brewster, and then continuing just north of East Sparta. This is going to move into the Minerva area. That is also some weak rotation that is showing up, but that's south of US 30, east of East Sparta, and it's going to be headed into Minerva here over about the next 10 minutes or so. No warning in particular on that right now as far as a tornado goes, but that is definitely looking like it's got something funky that is going on there. So our tornado warning specifically, as we now have rumbles of thunder over downtown Cleveland that are starting to pick up, this tornado warning is going to continue here for the next little bit. Let's get the particulars of that one specifically. It's going to continue through 8:30 p.m. And obviously we're not in the most populous area of Northeast Ohio, but still we do have a lot that's going on this evening. We have all these storms that are coming in from the west. Anthony Copeland has been in with us all day long, as well as meteorologist Mark Johnson. And, you know, we've kind of been tag teaming over on the WKYC Plus side of things as we've been watching these storms come in. Mark, I'm going to let you jump in here if you want to and keep an eye on things. You want it up on Weather 2, or you want me to drive for you on Weather 1?
I can drive for me on Weather 1 if you wouldn't mind here. So here's where we have our tornado warning right now. This again is for Holmes County. It is sliding. You can see the hook echo right here, which means we've got a strong inflow coming in here of dry air, and then we've got some wraparound storm air coming this way. So where would be the hook? It would be right in this area right there. So it's headed down toward Walnut Creek, sliding southeast at about 65 miles per hour. So a wider view of this entire storm system. The cold front is right in here. And the best chance for tornadoes where the cold front is. And the cold front's going to continue to move south. The other area of concern here is the cold front actually kind of reaches back toward the north and slams into this wall of storminess, and that is what we call a triple point. So we have other areas of tornadic development just outside the viewing area over in Marion County. So there is a tornado warning there as well. Here it's coming back in, lost some radar data. Don't you worry, it's coming on back. Coming on back. So here's the actual cold front. There's the hook. That one's going south toward Tuscarawas County. And then the actual cold front reaches back into here. And we've got a whole bunch of spinning messes out here. So hence another tornado warning just outside the viewing area that could slide in toward Richland County. So we're going to keep an eye out for that coming up. Here's your tornado warned storm. It's being chunked away a little bit. It's now in basically the eastern half of the county. Millersburg, you're out of the woods for tornadoes. That's good news. Ripley, you're good. Glenmont. Clark, you're right on the edge. But again, we've tracked the storm moving in toward Walnut Creek. We've tracked it in toward Walnut Creek, down Route 39, eventually taking it over toward Dover, New Philly, if it does hang out. And here's the spin. You can see here's the air that's moving away from the radar. Here's the air moving toward the radar, and it's wrapping around right in this area right there. So there's what we call the couplet. The couplet. The towards and away couplet right there, Walnut Creek. So if you're in Walnut Creek, lowest floor of your home, all right, basement's good. If you don't have a basement, bottom floor, next to the ground. You can get in a center hallway or closet. That's a safe spot to be. This is Berlin Elementary School. It's, again, right along Route 39 through Amish country. Right there. That's where the spin is, most likely. Fairview School, you got some heavy rain, maybe some hail. And again, sliding that way, moving very, very quickly at about 60 miles per hour. All right. The front is here. Other areas of gusty winds back up toward Canton, New Franklin. These are straight line winds up toward Alliance as well. But again, the tornado warned storm is here. And a wider view, we're going to show you, look at that. There's the hook going away. Here's the front with all the heavy rain and storms. And look at all of these storms out here feeding in. Boom. Now remember, the tornado threat is pretty much done farther north of the front, but the severe weather threat is not. These are going to be hailers and heavy rainers and maybe some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Okay, so you got all of this lightning moving into Erie and Huron counties, now into northern Lorain County. All right, now moving into Richland County. So you've got straight line wind potential, you've got 1 inch or larger hail potential, and you've got torrential rains. We have not had any flood advisories or flood warnings issued yet. That's probably going to change as these areas of thunderstorms move on through. So we have severe weather warnings through at least 8:45, 9 o'clock for Lorain County. We got Erie and Huron counties in there as well. And of course, here's our tornadic thunderstorm that's prompted the tornado warning. Almost ready to jump into, in the next 5 minutes, it's going to go into Tuscarawas County. And we have not seen whether Pittsburgh is going to continue with a tornado warning as of now. So there's Walnut Creek. There's your area of spin right in there. You can see wind coming in this way, wind being wrapped in this way. So right in here is what we call the couplet. There it is. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right in this area here in Holmes County. Walnut Creek there, traveling this way. It's going to head toward the Dover, New Philly area. New Philly, 416. There we go. We're going to bring into Bars Mills at 828, Strasburg. You're a little bit north, but we'll still time you out, 833. There's New Philly at 8:39, and by my watch, it's 8:23. Mineral City at 8:43 p.m. So all of you should be in your safe spots within this zone, okay? If you heard me mention your town, safe spots. Lowest floor of your home, center hallway or closet. Bathroom's a good place, closet's a good place, and wait this thing out. It's moving very, very quickly, so it's not going to be long before we'll be able to sound the all clear. Already sounding the all clear for Millersburg, Salt Creek's good, Clark, you're good. Even though you're technically in the warning, this is where the actual spin is. And again, if there's any hail, it would be right up here along that Stark, Tuscarawas, Holmes County line. There could be some hail right in here, maybe 1-inch diameter hail. Salt Creek, it's just rain now with some occasional lightning and thunder, and then that heavy rain band just kind of piles up on Sandy Valley, Route 800, up toward Carroll County, New Franklin, that area there. But we gotta watch Lorain County, Erie and Huron counties with this heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Also down into Richland County, the cold front right here kind of comes right on into this main line, and there would be an area of spin we're going to worry about, okay? There would be an area of spin right in here. So Richland County, we'll keep an eye out for potential spin-ups coming our way. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning there. Let's see where that one takes us.
Tuscarawas.
Tuscarawas. Okay, so they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscarawas County and not a tornado warning. Maybe it's a tornado possible. No, they just went straight severe thunderstorm warning. Notice the red outline here. That means tornado possible. This is the straight orange. That's just a severe thunderstorm warning. So the Pittsburgh National Weather Service is pretty confident that this area of spin is beginning to fade away here, and it should not produce tornadoes for Tuscarawas County. So we've got one more scan, and then this thing should be out of the warned area, and we'll be able to sound the all clear. Walnut Creek, it's moving over you right now, almost to Tuscarawas County. Once it reaches that line, there's no longer a tornado threat for Holmes County. Hence, we're done. You can still see the strong winds.
That's the Pittsburgh radar.
That's the Pittsburgh radar.
We move. So this is this area where it gets real funky because we have basically
we're right
two
on
radar
the edge.
samplings.
This
so
is Cleveland radar. Here's Pittsburgh.
Yeah, there's Cleveland. So you can see the difference in the direction that everything is being sampled from.
Yeah.
But there's still definitely
same area of
some
spin. Same area of spin there, but it's elongated quite a bit now, so it's not as tight. It's shooting up high still, definitely shooting up high. But look at that severe thunderstorm warning extends from Tuscarawas County through Carroll County toward Cadiz and Guernsey County as well, as this thing still has a nice little hook on it, but less and less worried about a tornadic thunderstorm with the passage of time. Millersburg, you're okay. We're sounding the all clear for you, even for severe thunderstorm weather. You're all right. Technically, you have a warning for you, but that's about ready to expire. And here's the spin. It's moving into Tuscarawas County right now.
All right. Well, where there is no tornado warning, we're going to go ahead and we'll get you back to baseball on
baseball time.
Channel 3. Please remember, we are streaming live on WKYC Plus. You can get the WKYC app on your television to get that, or you can just go to WKYC.com. You'll see the little box at the top with a TV picture in it, basically. Click on that, and we'll get you live streaming coverage of these severe thunderstorms as they continue. For right now, we'll send Channel 3 back to baseball. We'll keep an eye on it. Do know if there's another tornado warning issued, we'll be right back. Thanks. All right, we are back on WKYC Plus. We've been watching a tornadic thunderstorm, potentially tornadic thunderstorm in Holmes County. The National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh covers Tuscarawas and Carroll counties, so we kind of have a division. They have a different way of doing things than Cleveland does, although it's all for the same effort. And they have been watching this severe thunderstorm as well. They were noting that they probably did not see as intense of a potential for the spin to take place. So things were a little bit different. Let me get us on the right computer here. But we do have very, very strong thunderstorms that are coming into Cuyahoga County, Lorain County, Erie and Huron counties, and then down also into Richland and Ashland counties. Look at the lightning that is going on with all of these. At the same time, look at the lightning that is clustered in this very small area. That's a sign that we probably have a hail core. So we have a strong storm that's showing some supercellular characteristics, honestly, that are down in Tuscarawas County now, excuse me, and then continuing to move to the east. I'm gonna start my show so I can do my little trick with my clicker here. But as you can see, this is just kind of a continuation of what has been a very busy evening for Northern Ohio. Keeping an eye on some of the data that we're getting in. We do have some wind damage reports coming from the Vienna area. That was from earlier this evening. We've also had multiple hail reports that we have been seeing. And the National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh noting that the hail threat out of the Holmes County storm, which was tornado warned, but the hail threat is going up in Tuscarawas County. And that, as I mentioned, is part of that potential hail core in that storm. We're seeing 512, 516 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes, and that's across the spectrum of this entire map that you see here. But it's really been this southern area where we have been seeing the worst of the worst. And overall, things are still not looking really crazy for us. I think we still possibly have some wind gusts that are going to happen here out around the Plymouth area, and then through where these thunderstorms are in Erie and Huron and Lorain counties, points off to the west too. That's where we could get some pretty gusty winds that are taking place. But as we continue to kind of keep an eye on what is happening in Holmes County and now Tuscarawas County, you can see that there is a little spin. Now I'm going to do the trick with the radar where we get to kind of jump back and forth from one radar to the other. This is the picture from the National Weather Service office radar in Cleveland, and I just nudge the map just a little bit, and now you can see we click over to the National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh. The velocities, the color tables are a little bit different. I apologize for that, but that's because we're looking at it from a different direction. So things get a little interesting when you start to do that. But we're noting here that toward and away, so we have the wind going away, the wind going toward, and technically if we're looking at this, we still have the same color table, but it's just looking at it from a different direction. So we have the wind going away and the wind going toward. So there's still some broad rotation here on the west end of Tuscarawas County out around the Strasburg area. That is going to continue to move into New Philadelphia and Dover, and then we'll eventually get over into Carroll County later on. But that little storm is the little storm that could. I'm going to click on the hail here, and there's that little hail core that we were watching, and that's why that lightning increased the way it did. So hail creates a static charge in the atmosphere. So it's that freeze, thaw, freeze, thaw, freeze, thaw, and it's especially the freezing process that kind of charges things. And so you get lightning. So if you see an uptick in lightning in a thunderstorm, it gives you kind of a nice visual to be able to go, that storm is increasing in intensity because the updraft is getting stronger, the hail is going higher, it's freezing, and you kind of get just an amplified process taking place. And so that hail core, as it's tracking to the east, is oftentimes like a quick visual. Typically, too, with tornadic thunderstorms, interestingly enough, you will see a quick uptick in lightning, and then all of a sudden it drops off, and that's when the tornado genesis has been taking place. So that's just a lot of reports over the years that have kind of picked up on that trend. We are still seeing the lightning, okay? So we just showed you we still have the hail potential as that hail core continues to move to the east. This does have a tail on it, so we do have that possibility still for some broad rotation, but the National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh not only not issuing the tornado warning, they also did not issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. So they are more concerned about the organization of the storm than some of those details of what could or could not be reaching all the way down to the surface. So very heavy rain, probably some pretty nasty driving conditions right now on I-77 in New Philadelphia. Mark, do you think you can pull up that camera? I wonder
which camera?
The Dover camera down there. Actually, I'm trying to grab it here real quick. Let's see how good my trigger finger is here.
Uh-oh.
But we do have, let's see if I can grab it. Very heavy rain. Okay, I have I-90 at Kenilworth. That's not the one I'm looking for.
Is that on there, the Dover one?
It is actually. It's way down here at the end. So this is US 250.
Oh, look at that rain coming down.
Look at this. Look at the rain coming down.
Wow.
All right, so this is the ODOT camera in Dover. This is on I-77 at US 250. Look at the rain. I mean, this is prolific rain that is coming down. There's probably some hail that we are not able to see in this too, but I mean sheets of rain coming down at this point, and that is just some bad driving conditions currently, and that is a live picture that you're seeing there. So hats off to the friends down in Tuscarawas County. I'm sure you are hearing it. It is beating the roof, and the hail could be also something notable for you folks, so keep that in mind. But certainly not a great night to be out and about on some of the roads across that area. Let's zoom out a little bit and take a look at what's happening. We're getting a clean sweep here as we restack some of the data that's happening on the radar. Let's give that time to catch up, and let's take a look at what our latest alerts are. The severe thunderstorm warning for western Erie and Huron counties has been allowed to expire, but eastern Erie, Huron counties, and Lorain County are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And then also Richland County. Notice we've lost some of these counties here. Yep. That other warning, but we have this severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Richland County, and then of course we have our severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscarawas and Carroll counties. As that one storm is coming in. What you got?
Nothing. I'm just observing that the wind fields are weakening farther north on these storms, and the National Weather Service in Cleveland has not pulled the trigger on further warnings farther east. So notice Cuyahoga County is not under a severe thunderstorm warning, even though that area of rain and thunder is moving into Cuyahoga County now. So it looks like things are beginning to weaken farther north of the front, and we're getting some gusty winds and maybe some hail on a lot of lightning and rain, but the severe weather threat appears to be diminishing as this line of storms continues to progress toward the east.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is one of those things. This is live storm coverage, live storms, and these are essentially living and breathing right now. They are.
They're engines.
So they're doing their own thing. And we have been talking for the last couple of days that the ingredients were coming together, that the shear was there, and that's what really becomes the concern for organization of thunderstorms. When you have an organized thunderstorm, you have the potential for the tornadic part to add in too. We're kind of pivoting modes a little bit, and this is kind of what Mark was hinting at. This storm that is now in northern Tuscarawas County and about to move into Carroll County is more supercellular in nature. It's kind of doing its own thing, independent of what's happening around it. These thunderstorms that are off to the west are all kind of bundled together, and they kind of start to interact with each other. Sometimes they like each other, sometimes they don't. It's like living in a dorm. And so when one kind of tries to overtake the other, sometimes you'll get a little wind surge and the other one kind of steps back. Well, that creates an eddy, and those little eddies are what we end up getting as little spin-up tornadoes. And that is still a possibility tonight. It's not a great possibility because we have the cold air that has been settling in, but all of these thunderstorms are riding above that cold air. Elevated instability is such a cool feature of our atmosphere. It's also very frustrating because it doesn't always act the way you think it's going to act. It doesn't act the same as surface-based instability. So surface-based instability is that heat, the humidity, and a trigger. It's like bing, bang, boom, right? Anytime you go above the surface and now you have elevated instability, it's kind of like, instead of bing, bang, boom, it's just a laundry basket full of stuff, and we're just going to dump it on the floor and see what happens, right? So we have to start to unpack and fold the laundry. And at this point, we have all this heavy rain that is coming down. We like to keep an eye on the lightning, and I'm going to take the little menu off here for a second because I think this is kind of interesting. And Mark, follow along here with me too. What was that, Frank? We have a lot of lightning downtown. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. Notice the cluster of lightning here. That was our previously tornado-warned storm. Notice the cluster of lightning here.
There's your triple point
Marion
right
County.
there.
Yeah, there's a little inflow notch there. That was a tornado-warned storm. And then you kind of get this broad batch of lightning. That's an indicator that things are different here than they are with those two storms. Frank, in the control room, hit me with that camera downtown. We have a lot of lightning that is happening in downtown Cleveland currently. This is the Roker cam. Hot diggity dog, Al Roker getting in on our coverage here. We have the heavy rain that's coming down in downtown Cleveland, but we have been picking up some lightning flashes like that in the distance as well. And Frank, do we have the CSU cam too? Oh, we have a new tornado warning, Frank. Stand by, we gotta go back.
Okay.
We gotta go back. Give me weather one, please.
That's just to the south of our viewing area. It may clip southern Richland. That's from that supercell, that triple point supercell there.
Okay. We'll hit this quick. All right, we're going to jump in with a quick clarification on a tornado warning that has just been issued. Richland County is included in this. It is just very southern sections of Richland County, like Belleville and farther south. So extreme southern Richland County, a new tornado warning has been issued for this little notch right back here. This is going to slide off to the east-southeast and will graze the southwest corner of Richland County. This is a new tornado warning that has been issued in this area. It looks a little bit on the reflectivity here, on the actual radar data, that this is starting to wash out just a pinch, but let's take a look at what's going on with the actual wind out of this too. And of course we get some range folding in here. That's just perfect. So basically it's a little technicality that we're starting to get some data interruptions here. There we go. Thank you. And there is that wind surge that we have going on. I'm not seeing anything great. I would actually like to see things a little bit more defined over Gilead. But again, this whole thing is going to clip into just the extreme southwest corner of Richland County with this tornado warning. I'm going to send you back to baseball on Channel 3. We are streaming live on WKYC+. You can find that at WKYC.com if you just want to hit it real quick. It's the little window at the top where our live stream is located, or if you have the WKYC+ streaming app on your television, we'll see you over there. But for now, just know the severe thunderstorm warning and the upgrade to the tornado warning includes the extreme southern corner of Richland County. If we start to see that nudging a little closer to Belleville, we're going to be jumping back in. All right, so we just cut in over on WKYC. There's baseball on tonight, which is tricky because we get into live sports programming. I am not going to hold all of Northern Ohio with those details for this tiny little area that we have this concern for. If I start to see this rotation up toward Belleville, we're going to go back on over on WKYC. But for right now, this area of rotation, I think, will slide just to the south of this black line, which is the corner of our viewing area. fun fact. And so that would hopefully head down, well, not hopefully, nobody wants the severe weather, but more likely than not, that will head more down toward the Mount Vernon area. So let's get you updated here on what we have happening with the latest on this. We have a lot of rumbly weather happening in downtown Cleveland. You're now rumbling in Lake County, Geauga County, and then back into Lorain County too. We're starting to see more lightning that's popping up in areas of Lorain County, seeing a good cluster of lightning now at the Huron, Ashland, Richland County conjuncture there. And then notice we have this little cluster back here. This is that new tornado warning that will clip into the southwest corner of Richland County. So far, we have not gotten an upgrade on a tornado warning for Tuscarawas or Carroll counties. This is also a pretty potent little storm. This actually was tornado warned not too long ago. That storm still under a severe thunderstorm warning, as it is going to be going from Tuscarawas into Carroll counties. But this rumbly weather is definitely notable for northern Ohio. Let's get you caught up on these alerts, all right? So there you can see where that tornado warning is. It just includes the southern tip of Richland County, so on the very fringes of our viewing area. If we start to see that tracking toward Belleville, Mark, I'm going to put you on that. You keep an eye on that particular storm.
All right.
And if you start to see that ticking up more toward Belleville, we'll jump back in on 3. But for right now, I think we're just kind of dealing with fringe effects and fringe impacts of where I think that storm is going to go a little bit down toward the Mount Vernon area a little bit more. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues for Tuscarawas and for Carroll counties too, where we have been dealing with not only the very heavy rain, but also the potential for some hail and that spin too. All right, let's get back into the radar here. Frank, can we pull up the downtown camera again? I think that's pretty fascinating. This is the CSU cam, if I'm not mistaken. We're getting lots of flashes taking place. Are we zoomed in on something? Wow, we are in the fog. Okay, so this is this is where we're coming in off the lake. So we have this cold air that came in and all this humidity, and it makes all these clouds. So we are literally in the clouds here. Do we have the Roker cam that we could turn to? That's Roker cam. So yeah, you can see the fog. Oh my gosh, and the low clouds. But you all see the raindrops flying by there, and of course you can see the flashing lights. Do you have access to get me to the Edgewater Beach camera by chance, Frank? Okay. Frank, our amazing director in the control room, he's a weather weenie just like we are too, so he's right in the thick of things. But thank you so much, Frank Masick. He's a great follow on Facebook because he likes to give the dirt of what's going on. So if you like that sort of thing, he's a good follow. But we're just trying to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at here in downtown Cleveland and near West Side areas. Definitely seeing lightning picking up in a little cluster here out toward Sheffield Village and Avon down to Columbia Station. All right, let's do it. All right, so this is Edgewater Beach. And as you can see, here's the waves out here coming on shore, and it is getting painted with rain at this point. They still have the snow fences up from the winter. That's what these are. These are snow fences to try and alleviate some of the drifting into the parking lot. That's what I wanted to see, if we could see any of the lightning, because you get down under that fog. And we definitely do have some lightning that's happening there. Gotta love that. All right, let's get back over to the maps with this line of nasty weather that is coming through. We're going to focus a lot on lightning because that's sometimes an easy pickup on where things get interesting. Tuscarawas County in particular, we do have a little cluster of lightning that continues at this hour. Northern Tuscarawas County, this is just about to move into Carroll County. Not a tornado warned at this point, but there is still a severe thunderstorm warning on this. We are seeing some signs of rotation. Not all rotation in thunderstorms instantly translates to tornado. Thunderstorm translates to organization. And if you have an organized supercell thunderstorm, which this is starting to take on those characteristics or has been taking on those characteristics, that's where things start to get a little interesting. So we still have a potent thunderstorm that is going to cross out of Tuscarawas County and into Carroll County. Meanwhile, farther to the west, back on the Cleveland National Weather Service radar, there's our notch. And Mark, I'm going to pull you up here. You give us the latest on what's going on with that tornado warning.
Well, it's going to graze just that little corner. It's probably going to graze that little corner based on that notch. sliding just to the east of Gilead. So the actual spin is moved up the line. The line itself is moving south and east at about 65 miles per hour, but the notch itself, the spin, has moved up the line. So it's going to travel into extreme southern Richland County, but it's going to take another 5-6 minutes to get there.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We probably have some hail that's coming down out of that too. That's probably going to show us a pretty good hail core, as we do have that lightning that is showing up there. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, there's the hail core that's associated with that. So that hail core looks to be trending just on the north side of the rotation in that thunderstorm. So that will probably hit into Belleville. So at this point, it's actually better to have hail. Ugh, I know that doesn't sound great, even though every roofer in northern Ohio just cheered. It's not great to have hail, or, you know, especially if you park your car outside, but it's better than having a tornado. The hail core with the other storm, the one that was going through Holmes County and then crossed over into Tuscarawas County, that hail core is also traveling to the east, and it's been maintaining. So a lot that's been happening this evening. Shear reports is very interesting. This kind of gets a little convoluted. But this is what I was talking about. Not all shear equates to tornadoes. It can often just kind of show us where we have indications of just organization. And we're getting like lines that are coming through Huron County, and that probably is straight line winds. And then you get into this type of a look where it's a lot more confined and a longer track. That's probably more indicative of supercellular type of a rotation. So that's the shear that we've been reporting. Let's take a look at some of the storm reports as they've been coming in today. Nothing new. So we're still dealing with all the heavy rain in western Ohio. This is a wind damage report. There was some trees and power lines that came down in Brunswick, just on the south end of Brunswick, on Marks Road between Sleepy Hollow and Gayer. So that is south of 303 in that area. So that's probably Brunswick Hills, Brunswick area. And then farther east, this is the area where we had the tornado warning earlier today, and that became a confirmed, radar confirmed tornado. And indeed, we did have roof damage. So there, an entire roof was apparently, or at least a section of a roof was peeled off of a well-built building, like a house, and then landed in a cornfield just north of Vienna. So Vienna is just south of the Youngstown Airport. So it's in the general vicinity of that Youngstown Airport. And then we also had some hail that reports that were there too. So certainly a lot that is happening. I want to get back down to our Richland County area. All right, so look at all of this.
Yeah, it's messy.
This is very messy, but we still, I think this part here, Mark, as you're watching this too, this is indicative to me of straight line winds.
Yeah, it looks like it's rear flank downdrafting out.
This is that downdraft coming out straight. So now you get this whole big straight line wind whoosh, coming through.
Yeah, and that's overwhelming the spin.
And then the spin would be on the northern fringes of that. So sometimes we can kind of, I don't know, we look for patterns. Meteorology is a science of patterns. You're always looking for a pattern that gives you an idea of what's going on atmospherically. And this is a type of a pattern that gets really interesting. We get types of severe thunderstorms called bow echoes. And basically you start with a nice, fat, plump little storm, and then all of a sudden there's a punch of wind that comes in the back and it starts to spread out, and then it starts to kind of become self-sustaining. That's what this looks like, is that it's starting to bow out. So we know we have some high winds that are coming in here. Those winds get down to the surface and we have straight line wind damage. So we definitely have a straight line wind threat in Chesterville and Fredericktown. On the northern fringe of that, so if you have ever drug your hand through water as a kid, I don't know, I used to do that all the time, but you drag your hand through water, and on either end of your hand, where it goes through the water, you get those little spins. Bookend vortices are what those are called. And in northern hemisphere, our area, the northern bookend vortice is the one that will go with the counterclockwise flow. And that's where we'll probably see that tornado threat continuing. The southern end is also starting to spin up, but it's going the other direction typically. It doesn't always happen that way.
The hook is just going to slide south of the county line.
Yeah,
Just south.
Yeah, I think we will hold on cutting in back on 3. But Chesterville and Fredericktown, definitely 2 areas that I would say need to be in safety spots at this point. We are just south of Belleville. If you've not been down in the Belleville area, if you're a skier and you've not been to snow trails, you're missing out. It's a great little hill, and it's down in that area. So Possum Run Road, you kind of remember those days from the old Dick Goddard days. I'll say it. Even though we're on Channel 3. We're all Nexstar now. Dick Goddard always would quote the temperature for Possum Run Road because it was the coldest. There was a greenhouse down there, right, Mark?
Yes.
And they would always
Still
call
is.
and tell him what the temperature was. So he had one temperature that wasn't on the map that he had waiting in his pocket. What a hoot he was. But there you go. Okay. Little colloquialisms aside, here is the big picture. And we still have these strong storms with very heavy rain falling generally along the I-90 and I-71 corridors. So from Ashtabula over to Conneaut and then back through Cleveland into Medina, down through Ashland, down through Mansfield, and then continuing south. There's the little notch with the tornado warning that is the tornadic part of that storm will slide just to the south of Richland County. Thankfully. And then we also have this strong storm that continues in Carroll County at this point, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues right now. So I know that, you know, they're kind of showing the tornado warning getting into the Belleville area, but the actual rotation is down in here, which is just south of our viewing area. So technically that's Columbus's viewing area, and we won't tread on them. If it was a much stronger signature, we would stay on. Like, please let me clarify that. Like, I'm not that evil.
You're not evil at all.
That evil. But if I thought it was a distinct threat for our viewing area, I protect my people, I would get back on in a heartbeat. But I think that is going to stay just off to the south. As a matter of fact, let's take a look. Yeah, see, just off to the south. Man, that is so close. But thankfully, I think that is not going to be in our viewing area. As a matter of fact, the high wind threat is going to stay out of Richland County, too, grazing right along that southern edge of the county. So here's where your bookend vortice will be, right on the northern fringes there, and then continuing to the south. Mark, I think we squeaked by that one with the hair on our chinny chin chin.
Look at that.
Thankfully.
You could throw a stone.
Yeah. We still have some pretty decent wind that's starting to show up in portions of Ashland and Medina counties at this point as well. Mark, you want to take that, kind of peep a little bit more at that? Because I'm not seeing anything like, don't worry about these drops. That's not spin necessarily. It's just kind of where we start to get things that are a little funky because we have all these clusters of storms. It's a very messy radar.
Very messy radar, and as you mentioned, this is what's called an MCC. This is a mesoscale convective complex. It's just a cluster of thunderstorms that are bumping into each other, competing for moisture, competing for wind, all of that, and you know, they can combine their strengths and occasionally produce a damaging wind gust or two and some hail. But also remember, these storms are elevated. They're several thousand feet. The base is several thousand feet up. They're not surface-based down here. So, okay, so you have storms that are surface-based that are eating up the energy right next to the ground. But we've got a cold front that's come in, and it's deposited a nice little thin layer of much colder air, a few thousand feet thick, just above the surface of the earth. So now if any thunderstorm wants to survive, it's got to go above that cold layer, and it's got to feed off energy higher in the atmosphere. So number one, you're not going to really get a tornado to drop out of here because what we say the lifted condensation level of the clouds are way too high. I mean, you're not going to have a 3,000-foot funnel cloud drop down, okay? Maybe in Oklahoma, but not up here. So the tornado threat is pretty much done there. But again, you've got some gusty winds, 40, 50 miles per hour perhaps. You've also got the torrential rain. And if each of these cells within this complex has a little bit of hail in it, they're bumping into each other. They're interrupting the wind flow that's keeping that hail juggled up, and that hail's going to fall out. So you're often going to get these little bursts of hail that come riding through. One thing to note, and I'm going to make sure the lightning is on here. Okay, let's make sure the lightning is on. All right, you're seeing quite a bit of lightning, but not a lot of fresh lightning. So what I'm seeing a weakening trend, especially farther north and east. These storm cells that are rolling through Ashtabula County, Lake County, Geauga County, right now, they are non-severe. Yes, you're getting some lightning out of them, but the lightning has diminished, and that is the sign of a weakening thunderstorm. You got some stronger cells here over Medina County, as Betsy mentioned, with some gusty winds, some swirling winds, but non-tornadic, and even those are showing signs that they're weakening. You notice that we haven't had any new severe thunderstorm warnings issued for these cells in the last 30 minutes or so. Remember, they were severe warned over in Erie County, in Huron County, in Ottawa, Sandusky, Seneca counties, even Lorain County had severe thunderstorm warnings on that line of storms coming through. But now they're no longer severe, and they're not likely to become severe in the future. We've lost our daylight. The sun has now set. We've lost a lot of that. The sun is really the stove. You turn that stove up to high, you shine the sun on the air, and it cooks it a little bit more. Well, now we've turned off the stove. There's no sunlight energy anymore. So now the energy available to these storms is much, much less. So these are non-severe cells, still heavy rainers, maybe some hail. I'm actually expecting them to drop the tornado watch for at least the northern counties here within the next 30 to 45 minutes, because we're not really seeing any additional threat for tornadic thunderstorms. And again, what's happening here, what you're seeing here with the storms that are moving through greater Cleveland, now moving through Akron, moving along that I-71 corridor on the map, they're stabilizing the atmosphere even more. So they're eating up a lot of the remaining energy that would produce strong thunderstorms. So even the thunderstorms that come in behind it, back out here over Indiana, they're much weaker. There'll be some rumbles of thunder here, but they're not nearly as intense as they roam on through. They just become rainers, maybe a tiny bit of small hail, maybe some pea-sized hail there. That would be about it. Our tornado-warned storm just passing south of Richland County. Again, you could throw that stone. Technically, Richland County under a tornado warning, but I'll show you where the spin is. The spin is right in here, okay? This is where the spin is. That's where the hook is. And you notice it just missed. Just missed. Boom, boom, boom. There it is coming in. Just to the north of Frederickstown. Now, there is some hail and some heavy rains over Belleville and southern Richland County, but the tornado-warned part, nope. You're out of the woods there. So that's great news. We can sound the all clear for our friends in Richland County. If you're in, there's the hook right in there. There's the inflow, all right? Right in that area there. There's your inflow to that storm. And we can check our velocities again real quick. And one more time, it shows it right here. Here's your spin right in there. All right, right in there. And this is more of an elongated area of straight line winds, with winds coming in this way and punching through. So severe weather threat from that cell is pretty much done. And the cold front is almost through the entire viewing area, folks. Almost through the entire viewing area. I'm going to widen out our view here, and we'll try and find the front. And we can find the front very easily. I'll show you where, number one, the juice is. The best, we call it CAPE, convective available potential energy. And you want the red. If you want a big, strong, severe supercell thunderstorm, you want it to be able to feed off of that red. That's gasoline in the air. That's the heat and the humidity and the spin. And look, it's all the way down to Dover, New Philly now. It's all the way down almost through Carroll County. So the tornado threat for our viewing area, we can almost sound the all clear with the exception of the Tuscarawas County area. But even that cell that has the little hook on it for Tuscarawas County is not, it's not spinning enough to cause a tornado. There's just a messy area of heavy rain. Just a messy area of lightning, messy area of heavy rain, maybe a tiny bit of hail. I can try and find some hail for you in there. But there it is, down toward Dover, New Philly. That storm cell moving through Knox County now. That's where your hail is. Had a tiny bit of hail up toward southern Geauga County with that severe cell that roamed through. But even the hail threat has seriously diminished. Betsy, things are looking much, much better.
Yeah, they are, thankfully. A lot of northern Ohio probably saying that at this point. So let's kick it back over to Weather One. As we are keeping a very close eye on what's happening in southern Richland County. There is a tornado warning. It's still active. They chopped off the western end of that, Morrow County end of that warning. But Richland County for right now, as well as Knox County, still in that tornado warning. And that will continue to be the case Whoops, wrong direction, Kling. Good heavens, I'm getting a little sloppy over here. Here we go. That will continue to be the case until that storm really starts to dive to the south. I think the hail core is going over Belleville. I'm not really too concerned, as Mark has mentioned. He is not either about the actual rotation. It is just south of the county line, and that rotation is actually starting to pick up just a little bit with that whole line with the nasty potential for straight line winds through Mount Vernon. That's going to hit into Danville and Newcastle. I'm hoping that continues on this trajectory and misses the southern southwest corner of Holmes County too, but it does look like at least there's a potential for some wind gusts there. Interesting to note is we were really high up in the atmosphere. We're up at about probably 4,000 feet in this location, so that is a long way for any kind of a funnel to try and form in these types of environments. Look at this other southern end of this little vortex that's coming around. So definitely a lot of juice, a lot of motion happening in that particular cell as it continues to move through Knox County at this point, and will continue to move out of the Richland County threat zone. We'll have to watch southern Holmes County on that one as this hopefully continues to diminish somewhat. That is riding on the front itself. Mark kept mentioning that the front has moved from north to south, and we are definitely starting to see that. You can even see it here on the velocity data. The velocity data does a couple different things. We can see the direction that hail and rain and all of that is going. It's giving us magnitude, so we not only get the direction it's going, but we also get the speed. So that's how we can pick up where high speed winds are or whatnot. But if we kind of focus in on the direction part, which, come on, thing, start to work for me here, but you can kind of lean in on the toward and away feature, and so we have the winds that are slowly starting to come in. Now remember, we're getting up higher in the atmosphere and it acts a little differently than at the surface, but we do have the front that continues to move from north to south, and the winds aloft are starting to line up with that front, and hopefully that will really help to propel a lot of this instability farther to the south yet. So there is our very sloppy radar picture. Still a lot of lightning clustered in Medina and Summit counties, southern sections of Cuyahoga County. No severe weather indicated in that as of right now. Getting a lot of lightning popping also in Wayne County. Heads up for Stark County, that's going to come your direction. Likewise, the Medina County stuff is headed into Summit County. And then the lightning that we're seeing in southern Cuyahoga County, down around Broadview Heights and back into North Royalton, that will continue to move into northern portions of Summit County and then eventually over to Portage County too. And then, you know, it's just a heavy, heavy rain threat that we have in those areas. Our heaviest rain right now is falling with the supercellular storm that is just to the south now, centered just to the south of Richland County. But we also have some pretty hefty rain rates that are riding right along I-71, which would probably put the traffic threat into the problem too. And we also have some heavy rain that is falling in Carroll County at this point, especially the southern end of Carroll County. And then heading over toward the Steubenville area, where those folks would start to take over with their coverage if things start to get a little funky with that particular storm. But now you can really see the Richland County storm threat has diminished significantly. All of that threat is off to the south. I'm actually going to drop Richland County off of the crawl that we have running on WKYC because I think they are severe clear at this point. And then we're really just dealing with the tornado watch that continues through 10 p.m. 11 p.m. I would not be surprised if that's dropped. As a matter of fact, we're seeing the emergency management and the ham radio operators, the Skywarn network, they're already dropping their watch. So they will activate the Skywarn network, which is a series of ham radio operators that relay reports to the National Weather Service, and they have been standing down in places like Lorain, Erie, and Huron counties. Excuse me. I think they're probably still going in portions of Knox County. I heard that. Mark. I'm trying to hang in here.
I know you are. Whenever you want, we can.
Go ahead, you grab it.
We can grab it. Okay. All right, back here, once again, these are just heavy rainers. And as you can see, where would you think our couplet would be for the potential tornado? It's right down in here. It is in Knox County. It is not in Richland County.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
Into Tuscarawas County. So I think they're warning for that storm over to Tuscarawas County.
Oh, they sure are. And that's a long ways away.
And again, that's the difference. We've got National Weather Service office in Cleveland versus Pittsburgh. That would probably be a combo. That warning in particular came out of Pittsburgh.
Yes, it did. Coshocton County is Pittsburgh's territory, as is Dover, New Philly, and Tuscarawas. So they're warning for basically the hail core. They do have a tornado possible tag on this because of that spin. But again, this is weakening as it slides south and east. It's going to be a hailer. It's going to be a heavy rainer. And if the hail core does drop here in the next little while, that's when your best shot at a damaging wind gust is. And you could see where the damaging winds are. Look at where these bright green colors are right in here, right in there. I mean, that's your best shot at a straight line wind gust area. So that's between Danville and Utica, and that's sliding south. And that's not even anywhere really near Tuscarawas County. The hail core, let's find the hail. We can find it. Ta-da! Well, the hail is down toward Frederickstown, and it's sliding south and east as well. And that's not likely going to translate into any type of Tuscarawas County issue. So oftentimes when they issue polygons for warnings, they're much wider than they need to be, which is good. And that's probably what we're seeing here. There's still going to be some heavy rain, but I would say the worst of the severe weather from this supercell thunderstorm right here, Loudonville to Gann to Mount Vernon, sliding south and east at 65 miles per hour, very, very fast moving. And the worst of that weather is going to slide into the Coshocton County area, may graze Tuscarawas County around Newcomerstown, but we'll wait and see on that. Also showing a little bit of a weakening trend here. Now back toward the north, you can see a lot of rain, moderate to heavy, Ashtabula, Lake Geauga counties, greater Cleveland now, Cuyahoga County. It's just generally lighter rain showers, and that yellow rain that's coming in from the west, yellow rain. Do I dare say yellow rain? Uh-oh. That yellow is just basically what we call stratiform rain. That's rain that kind of forms behind strong thunderstorm lines. So it's just a steady rain, light to moderate. We got another little line of heavier rain with 1 or 2 lightning bolts on that. That's non-severe. That's just more rain to potentially cause some flooding issues. And really, there's been no flood watches or warnings issued as of this moment in time. I want to show you some of these, first of all, rainfall rates. And as you can imagine, they're heaviest down here with this cluster of cells, severe cells, Frederickstown, Mount Vernon, southern Richland County. You've got some moderate rain up around Worcester, where you see the yellows there. At Richfield, you got some moderate rain. That's really about it as far as some heavy rain in there. I'll show you some of the rainfall accumulations now, okay? So it's hit and miss depending on where these bigger thunderstorms have set up. A lot of spots have received a lot of rain, but spots around those thunderstorms have not received much. Let's go over toward central Lorain County, 1.8 inches of rain right there near Wellington. That's not too shabby. Let's go up toward Erie County, toward Norwalk, 1.6 in there. Over into Geauga County, let's go toward just to the east of Chardon, 1/2 inch of rain, 1/2 inch. In downtown Cleveland, how much? 0.9. All right, that's not too shabby. Belleville, slide you into Richland County, 1.5. So it's been hit and miss. There's been a lot of heavy rain out there, but not everyone has seen it, okay? Not everyone has seen the same amount. It all has depended upon where the thunderstorms have persisted. Am I allowed to say that? Where thunderstorms persist.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're bringing it on into summertime, not just winter anymore. There you go. We'll query some more. This is 1.9 inches of rain. That's quite a bit of rain. How about over near Oberlin? There's 1.8. Northern Medina County, 1.1. Let's go into Richfield. You're at 1.2. So there's been quite a bit of rain. No flood advisories yet, no flood warnings at all. So far, so good. We've done pretty well, even though there's been some pretty heavy rains. There's been some nasty thunderstorms that have moved through. And we're continuing to watch some of those thunderstorms as well, sliding on through the area. I'm going to take you back over to our radar. Boom. We'll put it into motion for you right there. So where are the severe thunderstorm warnings? Well, we've got one for a portion of Tuscarawas County, the little southwest corner, Tuscarawas County. That big old cell that prompted the tornado warning just a little while ago for Holmes County is now sliding out of Carroll County. Still got a little hook on it, but nothing that's causing any serious issues there. And the heavier rains, generally it's just steady, moderate to heavy rain for Summit, Medina, Wayne, Stark counties there. There's your There's your severe thunderstorm warning as it's sliding out of Carroll County. That's that little hook echo there. There's not even a tornado possible on that one. This one for Coshocton County does have a tornado possible tag on it as it slides south and east at 60 miles per hour. No other warnings out there. Sandusky, you're about to get some more moderate to heavy rainfall into Fremont. All right, the islands getting some moderate to heavy rain. Beyond that, and we need to look at what's coming in behind that. So you do have more rain showers coming in, but these are non-severe type rain showers. Some of them could be heavy. We still have that strong low-level jet that continues to feed some moisture above this surface layer of cold air, and that's continuing to fuel some of these thunderstorms that are north of the front. And that's why we're continuing the heavy rain threat through at least the first half of the overnight. Then things quiet down as some colder air kind of kicks in and we begin to dry things out and cool it down. I'm thinking, we're right around 30 degrees as you get up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a shock to the system.
Ouch.
Yeah, ouch. All right, so our time right now is 9:13. I'm going to give you kind of the last look at this forecast. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued.
Probably the Carroll one.
Here we go. I think it is the Carroll one. So come on, little thing, work. There we go. So it's the Coshocton County. So it's just probably catching up with all the things that you just said. But this is the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. That's this stuff that's coming in from the west. So it's just kind of catching up with all the good stuff that Mark was just mentioning, which, takes us kind of back into the big picture coverage, which is a little more interesting. Of note, Richland County was dropped, so canceled on that tornado warning. And now we kind of wait and see what happens on southern fringes of Holmes County. Right now, it does not look like, to me, we're going to have any kind of an update or an upgrade on that, although it's going to be a close one. But I think everybody's kind of more concerned with this chunky part that's down here, more toward Knox County and headed toward Coshocton. There were some reports in the Mount Vernon area of the wind picking up, which was somewhat notable, but nothing severe where I haven't seen any possibilities yet of the, overall damage kind of becoming more and more concerning. There's the big picture. 350 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes in the scope of this map. Most of that has been off to the south. This cluster of storms is going to continue to move into Coshocton County. So if you're in southern sections of Tuscarawas County, you still have that to get through. Heavy rain still a possibility, maybe some hail in Holmes County, just a heads up for you folks. And then Mark was mentioning all this just rainfall that just seems to be unending. As a lot of these bigger thunderstorms begin to collapse, we're going to see a lot of this rain coming down, but there's still some squalls that could get a little gusty off to the west of us. The temperatures are changing. Dover, you are still hanging at 76. Somehow, some way.
Come on.
Look at the difference in the temperatures, 53 to 76. You won't be for long, though. That front, it will eventually make it to the south. And this thunderstorm that is in the Knox County to Coshocton County kind of trajectory, that is on the front. So as that kind of moves off to the southeast, that's going to nudge the front farther south. So Dover, it's about to go down. But temperatures are already in the 40s farther to the north. We're going to see the temperatures dipping back into the 30s tonight. As we've been mentioning, the tornado watch technically still goes through 11 p.m. for all of northern Ohio, but we are severe clear north of US 30, other than the possibility of some heavy rain. The 3 out of 5 severe weather outlook still stands because of timing, but look at where the supercell potential is, still off to the south, and that's where the supercells have been. The tornado potential is still there. It has been trending farther to the south as well, and so that's why everybody's kind of still keeping an eye on that as we go through the rest of the evening. Here's the tornado potential, and again, this is kind of the combination of the radar with the significant tornado parameter. So there's the STP as it's known, and you can see that this cluster of storms that is off to the west of Holmes County, just coming into Coshocton County, that is going to continue to trend into that area. So I think that should skim on the southern fringes of our viewing area. Hail potential is looking way better right now, so this is not much of a concern for us at all with the storms that we have on radar. Off to the west, things are still pretty spicy in eastern portions of Indiana, and that will continue to move eastward. These are good old-fashioned thunder boomers, y'all, and this is just going to continue to slide east, so we are not done with the heavy rain. This threat for the heavy rain is really kind of going to become more and more of a focus as we head into the overnight and to start the day tomorrow, because all this rain starts to kind of trickle out into the ditches, to the streams, to the rivers, and so we could see some river rises as we head into the day tomorrow. But the damaging wind and large hail threat is coming down. The tornado risk is still there, but minimalized, and especially, kind of focused more on our southern counties. Heavy rain threat, widespread. That's just going to continue tonight. Lots of muddy paws around northern Ohio tomorrow morning. So your National Design hour-by-hour forecast, we've got the rain that is coming down. It is heavy rain at that, and the temperatures that will continue to cool in the overnight. Waves of rain will also continue with rumbles of thunder into the midnight hour. So if you're one of those people that you love to turn on the soft, soothing sounds of a thunderstorm, maybe you have like what is it, Spotify or whatever, the streaming radio apps or whatever that situation is that you have. My 11-year-old daughter has a CD.
Oh, no.
A CD player. We have it on a timer, thank God. But yeah, in the middle of the night, I'll be like, wah, 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 and I'm thinking, what's going on? I didn't have thunderstorms tonight. And it's her. She woke up and she'll turn that on to try and get back to sleep. Okay, that aside, we still have that heavy rain threat into the early morning hours farther south, and then by daybreak tomorrow, it's all out of here. We will have cold air in place, and we may have a little fog around. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of cloud cover. That cloud cover begins to mix out as the day goes on. So by noon, we should start to see some sunshine, and then through the afternoon hours, you can see we do get sunshine, like blue skies kind of sunshine. But look at these temperatures, only in the 30s and the 40s. So even our spring sun will not be able to help us out very much. How much more rain can we handle? That's a different question than how much we will be getting. We're probably still looking at anywhere from a quarter to a half an inch of rain north of, let's say, I-76 and 224. South of there, we're looking at 1+ inches still to come. So there is a lot of rain that's going to be wrung out of these systems. So our weather impact alert continues until 11 p.m. and beyond. Well, 10 p.m. on this, but for the heavy rain part, that's going to continue into the overnight. So Mark's going to keep a close eye on that. We still have issues tomorrow. I am not satisfied with 36 for the high temperature, but the good news is we will at least have some clearing skies. So don't put your sunglasses away just yet. There's a look at the outlook, and notice how these temperatures really start jumping. So it's a cold punch that's coming in for your Friday. And then the weekend actually looks pretty good. 40s is a little, rough to take after we hit 77 today, but we get to see some sunshine for Saturday. We'll have temperatures back into the mid-50s on Sunday, and then we spring back into spring for Monday and Tuesday with 60s and 70s. Another front will be coming in, and that will make temperatures change on us again by midweek. We're going for 50s on Wednesday, 40s on Thursday as we get some drier air in here. Still looking at a chance for some showers on Friday, hoping those are more confined to the morning than the afternoon because of our Guardians game. And then on the other side of that, we are going to start off a beautiful weekend. So far, next Saturday looks awesome with mid-60s and partly cloudy skies. Scattered thunderstorms a possibility next Sunday with temperatures in the low 60s. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here on WKYC+. Mark Johnson will be joining you for 3 News at 11 over on Channel 3. But in the meantime, stay safe and be well. Bye.